Hi! 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 Hey, garlic bread! Hey, Metal. Hey, Foamy. Did I not... I did log in. There were some redeems done. But I don't think... I think, the timer on them... I think it might have balked. I think it might have run out before I was able to actually switch to live. I'm sorry. You wanted eyebrow angry bean, didn't you? Ah. Okay. Angry bean. Angry mode. Engage. Browse. Wow. Okay, we are here. We're painting an alien. This is technically... So the C'tan Shards are very cool. They've got very cool lore. So these were one of the first kind of creatures that ever existed in the Warhammer 40k universe. They were extra-dimensional star beings, kind of. You just bankrupt the New Vegas strip with 5 luck. Lol. Nice. How's everyone doing? But yeah. They enslaved the Necron tier and turned them into the Necrons by making them go through the biotransference and ate all their souls. So these guys are lovely, as I'm sure you can imagine. Very cool model, though. Very cool model. I love all the particle effects and all the negative space on it. It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting to approach how to paint this guy. But yeah, I'm doing great. I've had a very chill day. I've not really done much, honestly. I went to the shop. I caught up on all of Dandadan because I haven't actually started watching the new season. I did some painting, kind of. It's mostly just working on oil washes. I need to glue this sword back on. It broke. But you can see some stuff that's work in progress over there. You got... Lol. And, yeah. Yeah. We had some nice chimkin for dinner. And we've been watching The City. And it's just been and I played some Civ with Punk. It's just been a very, very chill, relaxing day. So I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to approach this guy. I mean, actually, no, that's a lie. I've got an idea. I have an idea. I have part of a plan. And we'll kind of just keep going from there, I suppose. Cats. Cats. Look at them. Cats. Stop. No fighting. Don't steal my juice. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Look at these creatures. And they're gone. Sad. I hope you're enjoying your cabbage, your cabbage, Foamy. Okay. I suppose the right call is just to get started. So I'm thinking this is going to be a lot of layering, is what I'm thinking. A lot of layering. There's some things I want to do that I have a vague idea about how I want to do. So I think what I want to do... Or rather, I think I know what I'm going to do for some of it. So I think I want... I'm just moving myself a little, my tracker a little bit, because everything is... I'm not used to this. I'm still not used to this setup. I feel like that's a good spot for everything. Everything's in focus. So what I'm thinking So we're going to start with a thinned contrast wash to get some nice green undertones on the skin. And then we're gonna sort of sponge him up to a bright silver. I quite like using the sponge method for doing highlights. It's quite good at doing volumetrics. I do wish I had smaller sponges. I do have some somewhere, but they just kind of like disappeared. So I'm thinking to get the look I want, we're gonna take some Hexwraith Flame and really thin it down. Or maybe we won't thin it. No, I think I want something darker than Hexwraith Flame. Yeah, I think I want something darker than Hexwraith Flame. I'm gonna go with Warp Light. No. No, I know. No. I'm gonna go with the darkest. The darkest color I can. It's gonna be, we're gonna do Contrast Dark Angel's Green. The reason why I want to do this is because this is also going to be the darkest color. It's like a very deep sea green, but we're going to thin it out a bit. Bit of me wondering if I should just get a pipette to like squeeze a bunch out, because I'm just going to mix this with about a 2 to 1 ratio with some Army Painter Speed Paint Medium, because it comes in a dropper bottle, so it's a lot easier to mix. And this is how what we're gonna shade the skin with to start. Again, I've not actually worked with this contrast paint in a big way. We might need to thin it even more. Yeah, that's very dark. Get some more medium in there. Okay, that is like about a quarter paint to medium. Okay. Well, it doesn't really matter too much. We're going to highlight it up anyway. But this is mostly just to get a sort of green tint in the recesses and all the shades. But this has worked out to be quite a nice, like, kind of tone for what we want, I think. Most of this won't be seen, which kind of might make some people wonder, well, why are you doing it if it's not going to be seen? Because it's part of the process. That's why. It's part of the process. And I say that it won't be seen. It will be seen. It's just going to be quite subtle when we're done with it. Which is the aim. We want him to look like he's made of metal, because he's actually made out of, he's got this what do they call it? Necrodermis, which is like this metallic skin. This isn't even his real body. It's something that was made for him as a vessel that he could communicate with the Necrontyr with more effectively. He has very nice grippers for the people who are so gripper inclined. Oh, Haru has returned. She's on top of the wardrobe in front of me. Full contrast on top of sign. Ball. Yeah, we're trying to create contrast effectively. Though in all honesty, this is mostly to create a green undertone, because this isn't even the darkest we're going to go in places on him. A good chunk of it is not going to be visible. I may have used too much contrast paint to make this mixture, in all honesty. We are, in fact, going to use some undiluted Dark Angel's Green for bits of the miniature soon. But I'm hoping that, compared to Fulgrim, I imagine that this is going to be a much simpler project. Because there's a lot fewer details and things I need to think about picking out. And it's all kind of just a couple of... It's all going to be green, basically. It's all going to be different shades and variations on green tints and tones and metallics. So it should be relatively easy to actually get doing. One thing that I think I might struggle with is trying to get all of the lightning effects looking good. But I've done OSL before. And I am confident. And you have to have confidence. But it should be really fun. I'm gonna try and do like the wings in this sort of like dark green kind of marble effect. And I'm gonna create that in a couple of stages. Which I'm hoping will look very, very cool. I'm not going to paint the helmet. The head. I don't know. Does this count as a head? Also, how's the audio chat? Is it too loud? Too quiet? Is the music too loud? I do worry. I do worry sometimes. So we're just going to layer this on and then pick out some bits. Just going to pick out some bits. Might be just a bit too much and pull it away. Let's whip it back onto the brush so we can put it somewhere else where it's needed. Is my thinking. But this little bit of green I think is going to do a lot of work. Because there's a bit of me that will kind of wants to, Wow, I've been bonked. Music a bit loud. Okay. Hey, Albert. I was thinking it might be a bit loud in all honesty. Thank you for the lurk. I hope that you have a wonderful evening. If you guys are working on some hobby stuff, what are you working on? Be sure to let me know, and if you're in Discord, post it in the art chat and hobbies channel. I will show it off if I can. Damn, I missed a bit. That's gonna annoy me. That's gonna annoy me. That's in the build process. I should have picked that up before I primed it. But it's fine. No one else will notice. Okay, that's this first part done. So while that's... Actually, that's a lie. This bit here. There we go. So when this is dry, we'll do an initial sponge highlight in silver. Now, for the rest of it... We've got a fair bit to do. So this one is... It's gonna be interesting. I've never really done a very monotone character like this before, so it's gonna be... The challenge is gonna be making it actually look somewhat unique at the same time. Like, every part needs to stand out. So we're just going in on all of the little ruin bits. And also we're going to do the wings in this. We're not going to do the spear, because the spear is actually going to be the same color as the lightning. We're going to try and make the spear look like it's, like, made out of pure energy. But that's a later thing. So with all of these stones and the wings, I'm gonna try and make it look like they're made out of, like, this, have this sort of marbled effect. And to do that, what I'm going to do, this bit here on his back is not going to be done in the same way as the rest. It's going to be more of a pure silver, because it's clearly like a mechanism that's attached to him. And I feel like it reads quite easily as a mechanism, so we want to make it look like it's not part of everything else that's going on. So it'll be less green, except for where there's green, sort of green lighting on it, is what I'm thinking. I mean, I'm not going to use iridescent or pearlescent paint for this one. I might use some UV paint, though. I'm going to be doing it by kind of streaking a brighter color over it, and then using an ink or contrast to blend them together. And these little scarabs here are going to be a bit of a pain. I kind of wish they weren't here, but now that I've seen them, I kind of feel like I have to make them stand out. So they're going to be just, like, bright silver bits that are just kind of, like, there. Why is it that the Necron gods have all these scarabs? They all have scarabs with them. Why? I suppose scarabs, with their whole thing of breaking down matter, are kind of a bit of an extension of the C'tan in how they were. Because that's what the C'tan do. They just break down and eat stars and energy and matter. I'm going to use some texture paste around the base. Not yet, but later. I'm hoping we can get him done in one night. But that's what I hoped about Fulgrim, and Fulgrim just turned out to be a really big project. But this guy is like a third of the size, and maybe has about 10% of Fulgrim's details. But he does have all of these cool little, like, bits here. I'm going to be running into that with white oil paint later. And then we'll just kind of, like, make that glow by painting, like, maybe some Tesseract glow over it. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I might try and make it sort of, like, a bit inconsistent so that it pulses. That might look kind of cool. Maybe some different green tones. I do think getting all the lightning effects is probably going to be the hardest part to get right. It might not look it, but I think lightning is harder than it looks to make look good. Like, yeah, you can just slap some contrast over it, paint it white and slap some contrast over it, but I feel like you want to have, like, there are points where it would naturally be brighter, where arcs of lightning meet, for example. And those, I think, we're going to try and make very bright, where we'll have some yellows and maybe blend into whites. I think that's probably what the longest part of this whole thing is going to be, is getting the lightning looking right. Because overall, I don't actually think the body has much for it. It's what we do after the body is painted that's going to take ages to just make it look right. But that's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Man, there's so many rocks. So, when we've started working on the marble effect, that, I think, is when we've left all the initial kind of stripy patterning to dry. That's when I think we'll do, like, texture paste and all that on the base. Because the base is going to be quite simple. Because it already comes with, like, this little plinth and these ruins. And I think the plan is just to extend, like, the sort of ground texture out. I could be really lazy. And use PVA glue, but I think texture paste is going to be the way to go for basing this guy. There's a little bit of me that wonders if maybe I should have done that before, because I know texture paste does take quite a while to dry. Actually, no. I should do it. I should, I don't know. If I try and spread it thinly, it won't take that long to dry. And while that dries, we can start working on all of the fancy bits that I want to do all around it. Because once it's dried, it's just going to be a very light dry brush to add some color to it. And the texture paste we're using is black, so we don't have to prime it or base coat it. It's like this sort of like volcanic earth kind of color. It's very nice, honestly. It's one of my favorite texture pastes to use. It's that and the Vallejo texture snow, I think, are my two favorites. The Vallejo volcanic texture paste and the snow texture paste, I think, yeah. Those two are my two favorites. The snow, because it's like, I typically just use that for snowy kind of things. Just a blue-grey wash and then dry brush white and it looks great. Very little effort. Very little time invested. And sometimes that's what you need, really. It's just to be able to get things done quickly. And that's what we like to do here. You like to get things done in a way most people can. That way we can help people who are just getting started out in the hobby. We could spend hours on this guy. I mean hours, I mean days. But I have a lot of stuff in my queue. And I want to get it done. I know, by the way, in October rather, Pink and I are going to work through all of her orcs. I'm going to try and get as many of them done as we can in that month. I'm also kind of, I'm not gonna lie, I'm also kind of using this as a test for if I ever get like a Tesseract Vault or a Monolith. I really want to get a Necron Monolith, chat. Like, I really want to get a Necron Monolith. I think they're just one of the most iconic bits of like, the faction. Everyone needs a Monolith if they play Necrons. It's just a giant Scarabs of the Constructors. Well, that's true. That's true. But I think every Necron collector needs to have a Monolith in their army. Even if it might not be useful all the time, it's just cool. It's just a big floating pyramid transport laser cannon thing with a hyperdimensional doorway that lets you summon reinforcements direct from the Tomb World. It's just cool. Like, it's just cool. It's one of my favorite things. I loved their introduction into Dawn of War, where it was just like monoliths descending from the sky. And it was just great. It was terrifying. Actually terrifying. And you had to use the Titan weapons to get through their defenses and deal with them. Okay. Okay. This might take a little time. Actually, you know what? No, we'll get the texture paste on after this. Because we won't need to worry about anything down here for a while. We'll just leave it all to dry. Yeah. Basically, it's gonna go everywhere where the green isn't. Is gonna be texture paste covered. Maybe a little of the green will end up getting covered, just like near the edges where it joins, but that's okay. Because we only have a little spatula to like put it on. Because you can't use a paintbrush with it. It just ruins the brush. Because it's got all these like grainy bits in it to kind of create the texture. So it's not always super useful. It's a floating pyramid that says fuck this sector in particular with every shot. Yeah, it's fucking cool is what it is. Like, I love monoliths. I love monoliths. They're so cool. And they're just a really cool model as well. I really like how the contrast Dark Angel's green is turning out, honestly. It's a good color. It reminds me of the, 3rd edition Codex cover. It's that kind of Dark Angel's green paint, where it's got a very slight blue tint to it when it's highly concentrated. And I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. I'm gonna have to pick out all the scarabs later. I think it's gonna be easier to just do it that way. Holy shit! Cha, hi. How are you doing? There's a bit of me that sometimes feels like I regret having that as a redeem. Always scares the shit out of me when it just comes out of nowhere. Or I'm not looking at the screen on one of these streams. Are you sorry? Are you sorry, Char? Did you not know what I did? How are you doing? Can we get a shout out for Char, please? How are you doing, Char? It's lovely to see you as always. What you been up to today? Oh, I know it's still quite relatively early down over where you are, isn't it? It's not dark like it is in the UK now. Yeah, while this is drying, we'll get the texture paste on the rest of the base, just so that like we can get that spread as thin as we can. So my plan is to do all the shield on my Lich Guard in the same way. I'm gonna get them this nice dark green and then try and do a marble effect on all the shield bits. I think that'll look quite cool. I'm hoping to get my Necrons mostly done in the first week of September so I can focus on doing the combat patrol giveaways I needed to do. And I need to organize a charity thing for some Warhammer community stuff on Facebook, which should be fun with the Not So Grimdark. I might invite some other pages to join in, just because I think it'd be nice to like do a big Warhammer community charity drive, you know? It'd be nice. All of these random little rocks caught up in the lightning is kind of cool. Pain in the arse for painting though. Like, a little bit of me wishes I'd clipped them off, but I haven't, and it's too late now. There's a hair though. I have trees. This dude is trying to sniff the floof. Wow. You have an idea? Well, yeah, every time we do a big, like, subathon, donathon kind of charity event, we always do a giveaway to the top donators. We might do this one as a bit more of a raffle based on donation amounts to the charity event. So, like, the idea is that everyone who donates gets a ticket. Ah. But I need to figure out the details for it. It wasn't even my idea to do the event, but, like, I'm the one that knows how to organize it, so I'm going to be sorting it out. Who's trying to sniff the floof? Who's trying to sniff the floof, Char? Wow. Wow. Oh, this guy. Lol. Yeah. He might be. He has no nose, though, so how can he sniff? He has no nose. He literally is just, like, I don't even know. He's just an energy creature. He doesn't even have a real face. It's not like... This isn't a helmet or a mask. That's just his face. His head was in the floof. Oh. Oh. Don't worry. If he needs to sniff the floof, he may find a way somehow. How do I want to do this? There are clearly different materials here. Different materials in the wings. So I think it's these inside bits with the runes I want to have as the same color as all of these, like, rocks and rubble and whatnot. That's what I'm thinking for now. Okay, I'm just gonna wet my brush for a bit while I take a break from doing these greens. Get the texture paste on the base. And yeah. You're gonna make a new mushroom, folk. Is it for your VTuber avatar? Or is it just kind of in general? Where is my little spatula? Found it. And my paste is here. So we're just going to pop a little bit of this. Oh, right, yeah. That's the thing I wanted to deal with as well. Just a little hair I've noticed on the model, and I want to get rid of that. Okay. So we're just gonna get some texture paste, and we're just gonna pop it on the base and spread it around a bit. I'm gonna cover all the bits that aren't green, and maybe there will be a little bit of overlap on the green, but that's okay. That's not the end of the world if it gets a little bit of the black stuff on it. Ideally, I don't want it to be like too built up, otherwise it's going to take a long time to dry. I just kind of want to have it on there. One of the difficulties in having such a compact setup is that sometimes I feel like everything kind of overlaps in terms of, well, just everything I've got here. Mostly it bugs me when it comes to lighting. Lighting's very hard to get just right, I think, unless you've got a really expensive setup. But I've got quite a budget setup. It's a good setup, but it's a very budget setup in terms of lights. Yes, there's a very slight metallic kind of thing going on with this paste. I didn't notice before. But that suits this particular faction just fine, I think. When the paste is dry, it's just going to be a very easy dry brush to add. A little bit of grey to it, just to add some contrast and make it look a bit more like ground. And then it'll match the rest of the army, scenic base aside. I kind of like the idea of Necrons being based on Tomb World sort of terrain. I just think it makes sense because, you know, they're usually on their home turf when they attack the Imperium, and they've just woken up on their Tomb World, what the fuck. Okay. Okay if we have a bit of overlap. Not the end of the world, I tell myself. Because this will cover up any green bits quite nicely, and the green shouldn't really bleed into the black. But if it does, I don't think that's a bad thing in terms of the overall aesthetic. And maybe a little bit of a grey edge highlight on the green will make it look a bit more like stone, which is what we're going for. Okay, getting this last little bit here. Have a bit of the texture paste on it. Not always the easiest to control this stuff, but it works. It does the job we need it to. And that's the important thing. Okay. Right, that's that bit done. What's next? What's next? What's next? Clean off the tool. Oh yeah, I remember. We're just gonna finish off. Thank you, Metal. We're gonna finish off doing the green bits. That'll be up here. There's not too much to do. Just the internal bits of the wing. Actually, no, it'll be the whole wing, won't it? Yeah. Yeah, because this kind of looks more like an energy arc. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I want to go darker. Specific. Yeah, I think I want to go darker so that the bits that are brighter can be brighter. Okay. Okay. Wow. 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 Floofy tail touched. I hope the marbling effect I'm going to try and do is going to work really well. I've never done it before, but I always do like to try new things. If you think about it, no, I'm going to make the whole backpack wing equipment dark green. Actually, no. No, not the tail. Not the tail. I want the tail to look obviously mechanical. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've settled on how I'm going to do this. Please let me know if I need to adjust focus or the lighting, because everything can be moved if I need to. Egg sandwich for comfy stream. Nice. What kind of egg sandwich? Scrambled or fried? Or boiled? I guess it could be a boiled egg sandwich. I haven't had an egg sandwich in ages. But I did have dinner before stream. Should pick up some eggs next time I'm at the shop though. Yeah. Scrambled with melted white American cheese. What is American cheese? Because the only American cheese I've had doesn't really resemble cheese as I know it. It's not like, say, a block of cheddar or a slice of Edam or any of the, like, any of the kind of cheeses we get on this side of the Atlantic. Trying to figure out how I want the lighting to work on this. It's basically craft single cheese slices. Oh, that kind of thing. That is nice cheese. Okay. Okay. Oh no. Oh no, the clamp. Oh dear. Okay. Got it. Adjust this so it's just a bit closer. Sorry, chat, I'm just adjusting the light source I've got. Just because it's not quite how I want it to be in order to actually know what's going on. Ah! It's all going wrong, chat. All of it. But that's fine. It wouldn't be one of my streams without some scuff, would it? Almost like it's... Okay. I'm just sorting this lighting situation out because it's starting to annoy me. I do need to reattach this. Excellent. That's exactly where I want the amount of light I want. I think that's a bit easier to see on camera as well. Okay. So, once we get these wings sorted out, we will get a very, very, very thin wash of carbon black over the whole thing. A very, very thin carbon black wash. I don't know what the ratio is going to be, like 1 drop of carbon black to like at least 10 at least 10 medium. This carbon black is very, very, very strong. But the idea is that that should create some mostly transparent contrast. That just darkens a little bit of the recesses. But first we have to finish this. And also bits need to be finished drying first. This inner bit is going to end up brighter than this by a lot later. Andy, hi! How are you doing? It's lovely to see you as always. Wow. Floofy tail touched. Mission complete. How are you doing, Andy? How's your day been? Have you been winning? What? Why have I been bonked? Someone's messaged me on Steam. That's a notification I don't hear very often. It's a notification I don't hear very often at all. Okay. Unless I'm like getting invited to stuff usually. Hi, Phantom. You should get into Twitch chat, lol. Are you in Twitch chat? Maybe he's not in Twitch chat. Maybe. I'm really enjoying this overall green color, though. It's a very nice green. So I'm thinking... We're gonna do the very thinned down oil wash. Not oil wash, it's not an oil wash. Very thinned down carbon black ink wash. Ansu, hi! You got some models you got to assemble. What kind of things did you print? You're well, just having a slow day after doing some cleaning. Nice. I'm glad you're taking care of yourself. I hope that you get to relax as long as you need to, and maybe a little extra. What kind of models did you print, Anzu? What kind of stuff is it for? Is it for gaming or just to paint? There's a little bit of me that wishes I could do a little bit of sub-assembly on this, sub-assembly painting, but the model doesn't really allow for that kind of thing just to because of how it's built. There's no like easy way to do sub-assembly on it, I think. Starting to get cooler where you are, so no more extremely hot temps anymore. Nice. D&D models for your next campaign. You gotta paint them soon. Nice, nice, nice. What's the theme of the next campaign? If it's okay to ask. I understand if you want to keep it hush-hush, though. the excess of bits. Okay. Cool. Right. Well. That's that bit done. Now. The next part. Should be relatively simple, I believe. Maybe you should put a disclaimer. No, it's okay. I try. Kind of scuff that needs to work well. Driven into the... Wait, hang on. I need to scroll up and read. Wow. Hi, Baron. Hey, Interminis. Welcome. Welcome to chat. How are you doing? What brings you to our little corner of the internet? Sorry, I was kind of like, hey, Key, how you doing? I was kind of like focusing a lot there. Wow. Driven to the brink of extinction, modern day citizen is driven to take gone their new lords, aka mecha humanoids called Dragon. Once a driven city known as Lucia, now overgrown with lush green overgrowth. That sounds really cool. That sounds like a very cool setting. I was doing a thing. Okay, what's next? We're gonna take some carbon black ink and we're gonna thin it a lot. And then we're just gonna do a nice once over the whole, well, not the lightning bits, but over the rest of it. Real question. So at that point, I think, is when we'll switch to doing the marble effects. Yeah, I think that's the point we do the marble effects. After the carbon black wash is done. You're just going through the miniature cat? Wow. Nice. You find anything nice in the miniature category? I hope you do. I hope you find someone that you can paint along with. That's why I like to do these streams. We've managed to meet so many cool hobbyists. Are you working on anything yourself today? Just one human slowly becoming overpowered with architect from this unknown place. Thank you, Metal. SMC? What's SMC? Is that? I'm assuming that's a painting competition. I'm assuming it's a painting competition, but I can't say I've heard of it. I've only done one painting competition in my life. So I'm not really too clued up on which ones are around and about. You used to watching your miniature, you got used to watching your miniature videos in the background as you paint some line. Oh! I'm so glad. That's such a lovely thing to hear. Also, hey Major, how you doing? Wow. I want more monster. I'm so glad that happened before I started painting, Major. I'm so glad. Ah. Okay. So I think we're just going to start at the bottom. Start at the bottom. Nice carbon black wash. But it's thinned down by like a lot. There's only about 2 drops and almost an entire palette slot in is medium. So it's not going to alter it too much. And because it's contrast medium, it should just flow into all the cracks and mostly kind of function like a recess shade. But my hope is that this will just really deepen everything nicely. We still want it to look green. We don't want it to look black. But I do think this is a nice little effect. This is not the last wash. This is only the beginning. We're just trying to get it as deep as possible so that when we get our highlight layers on later, it'll look nice. And get really nice contrast. So, after this is done, we're going to start trying the marbling effect. We're going to try that on all of the stone. I've never done a marbling effect before, so I'm hoping it turns out okay, but who knows? Having never done it before. I know some people use, like, spray in a tea towel or something, but I don't want to do that. I've seen people get great results just by manually painting. And while I'm not expecting to get a perfect result, I have an idea. Because I'm going to keep using transparent paints throughout this whole process. So my goal is to do a varied silver tones, and then go over it all with like a very thinned down ink to tint it to be green. And at the same time, before I do that tint, what I'm going to do is I'm also going to do sort of like a bit I'm going to do the silver highlights basically on everything first. So I'm hoping it'll kind of create this sort of like different sort of emeraldish green shades. From all of the sort of marbling thing, which would contrast quite well with the darker greens that we've got going on right now. At least I'm hoping that'll be the case. Again, I've never done this before, so... Oh, God, I missed a huge spot. How did I... How? Okay. Not to worry. I can fix this very quickly. I can't believe I've done this. Am I ready? I might be ready. I might be ready. It's time for the daily truck fact. Or car fact. Depending on Major's mood. Hit me with it. I'm going to need that to dry before I actually get on with my deep shade. In the meantime, let's make sure I've caught up with chat. Hey Warpforge, how you doing? How are you doing? It's lovely to see you again. No, you paint to music. No, just looking around. SMC is a major competition. Oh, that's cool. Is there any particular categories? Hey, Small. Want to get hit by a truck? You get hit by a truck. What isekai am I aiming for? Now, Small, I'm going to answer your question with a question. Is it a pre-existing isekai? Or can it be a place of our own kind of choosing? Good, you're also painting. Getting these Venom crawlers on. Venom crawlers are very cool. Yeah. For an existing franchise. That's a good question. If it has to be from an isekai franchise, I'm gonna say Konosuba. Just because it seems like it's gonna be the most fun. I think I'd have a lot of fun hanging out in the Crimson Demon Village. I'll be real. I'll be real, chat. I would absolutely get to embrace my inner Chinibyo. And it'd be great. I'd love it. I would have a fantastic time, and I would be shameless about it. It'd be great. It would be great. And I don't think there's another safe bet out there for an isekai. I'd be Darkness. Hey, God King. Hey, Commissar. I'd be Darkness. I mean, she's a bit more bottom-leaning than I am, but, like, I'd probably have fun as Darkness. Look, Darkness knows how to have a good time, okay? Say what you want about her. She's great. I don't need to be an overpowered hero. I just need to have a good time. You know? Because if you're not having a good time, are you even really getting to live? What about you, Small? What's your choice? What is your isekai choice? You simply need to know. You really need to know one with cat girls are going to heat. AL. AL. Understandable. Understandable. Okay, let's have a look. I need to scroll up and make sure I didn't miss. I need to scroll up and get the car fact. The McLaren F1, launched in 1992, is widely regarded as one of the greatest supercars ever built. Designed by Gordon Murray, it was conceived as the ultimate driver's car, blending Formula One technology with road usability. One of its most iconic features is the center driving seat, flanked by two passenger seats slightly behind, offering perfect balance and visibility. Under the hood sits a naturally aspirated 6.1-litre BMW V12, producing 618 horsepower and 480 pounds per foot of torque. Paired with a 5-speed manual, the F1 accelerates from 0 to 60 miles an hour in just 3.2 seconds, and achieved a top speed of 240.1 miles per hour, making it the fastest production car for over a decade. Even the engine bay was lined with gold foil to reflect heat, a tiny but iconic engineering touch. Only 106 units were ever built, making it incredibly rare. Beyond road performance, the F1 proved itself in racing. The F1 GTR won the 1995 24 hours of Le Mans on its debut, defeating purpose-built prototypes. Its combination of speed, lightweight engine. I feel like I feel like the very end of that was missed, Major. It feels like it just kind of got cut out a little bit. You want to hear how it sounds? Okay, but I'm skipping it if there's ads, cause like there's no ad block on Discord. It's really annoying. I'll be real. I'll be real, chat.
Okay, Mel.
Ads. Ads. No. Illegal. I literally got demonetized for watching something.
Yes!
The underscore warp underscore forge just subscribed with Prime.
Ah, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Engineering and precision handling has cemented the McLaren F1 as an enduring legend, still celebrated today as the pinnacle of analog supercar design. Okay, yeah. I knew we were missing just a little bit of the end. It just felt like that, you know? Okay, what am I doing, chat? We're continuing to get this very thin carbon black wash on this guy. This reminds me of the same color. I got the original Artemis Inquisitor Space Marine in like the early 2000s. It was such a cool, or was it the late 90s when the Inquisitor system launched? It was so cool. I remember it being base coating it in a very similar color to this when I was painting it. Man, I'm loving how deep this is. Looks great. It looks great. But this is just the beginning. It's gonna look way better. Okay. We don't have much left before we're gonna have to top up our mixture. So let's do something kind of small. And we'll just do the kind of chassis for this mechanical bit here. Also, do you guys like Mech Warrior? Because I got sponsored by Mech Warrior 5 Clans. If you want to pick up the game, I've got an affiliate link, and like 20% of the cost of the game goes straight to me every time someone picks it up. It's very cool. I've never had a proper sponsorship like that before, but yeah. The code pops up in chat every now and again. It's a very cool game. I had so much fun last night. I ordered a flight stick for doing the mech control, and it's just so much better. It's so much better. If I finish this with like a couple hours to spare before I have to go to bed, I might jump back into it tonight because it was so much fun yesterday. But yeah, really good. Really good game. Really, really good game. You can click on the link. Yeah, but like then I have to set up a whole thing in YouTube. It's basically, you know, unless I'm doing like a dedicated segment where I have like a window I need to have Chrome sounds linked into. I don't like interrupting stream to do that because like it's I don't have like desktop audio capture, if that makes sense. I have each program individually done, but like if I want to do a Google Chrome or browser capture, I have to like set it to that because it captures the name of the executable, and the way browsers work is that the executable changes. Or the window it's trying to capture the audio from changes. A little bit annoying. To say the least. And I just don't want to have to keep changing, stopping what I'm doing to change stuff all the time. Why I don't mind if it's a Discord link that plays, but the minute there's an ad, it's just meh. But like, most of the links you've sent don't have ads. But some people monetize fucking car audio for some reason. I'm just like, but why? Why people do this? It's not even like it's a long video that would actually get a lot of monetization as well. It just seems a bit silly. But people do be silly on YouTube. YouTube itself is a silly place. Sadly, not in the good way most of the time. Wow, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Major. But we are here to paint first and foremost tonight. Make sure we get in between all the little toe beams. It's a 15-minute video. Oh, God. Okay. Okay, I kind of get why that's monetized. Because if it's 8 minutes or longer, usually, like, there'll be, like, 2 ad breaks in it. Which is what generates people a lot more ad revenue on YouTube. It's like every 8 minutes YouTube likes to try and put an ad in, if it can. Why 8 minutes? I've no idea. I gotta be real with you. No idea. Speaking of YouTube monetization, YouTube might be sending me my first paycheck next month, which is kind of cool and crazy to think about. I think it's between the game reviews I've been doing and the Warhammer AS book reading stuff. It's been doing okay. It's only like a couple of pounds a day here and there at most, but like it's still nice. It's nice to see. It's nice to see. It feels like I'm actually starting to do the whole content creator thing as like an actual thing, you know? It's weird. It's very weird to me. Be me building a PC setup with 1440p monitor without speakers. I don't actually, I don't use speaker monitors. Like, I always have everything in headphones. It's a bit, like, I kind of get wanting speakers for PC, but, like, I do so much, like, online stuff when I'm playing stuff or doing anything with a PC. Or in Discord calls, or, like, streaming. So it's kind of hard to, like, use speakers, because then I get feedback, and it's just like, yeah, I'd just rather use headphones, because it prevents that whole kerfuffle. I also like getting to experience the panning properly. I like my directional audio, especially in games. It's very nice to know where things are coming from. Okay. let me just get this. I need to catch up with chat, don't I? Wow. There's only ads over Discord are 99% of the time skippable to me. But only YouTube on phone. The problem for monitor without speakers is if you have your headset dies in the middle of a race, you're left with mute driving for the rest of the race, which is pretty sketchy. Oh god, yeah, no, I can imagine. I can imagine. I'm not really good at driving games. I do enjoy them sometimes, though. I think it depends. If I can use a controller, I'm usually a bit better at driving. But the minute I have to get into like an actual wheel, no thank you. I don't do that. I should really learn to drive one of these days. I will learn to drive eventually. It's gonna happen, I swear. Probably about the same time we get a house would make sense. Okay, now we just need to do the backside of this wing. And then we've got his head thing. And then we are... gonna start work on the marbled bits. Once the marbled bits are done... Actually, no, we should do the overall highlighting. And then the marbled bits. No, we should do the marbled bits, then the overall highlighting. Yeah. Yeah. Because that way it'll blend better. So, for the highlighting... and for the marble effect, what do I need? I need silver. And I need a darker silver. And possibly another darker silver. So we've got gunmetal and chainmail. And I need a very small brush, which I should have here. Let's get a fresh pot of water so I don't mix my metallic flakes in with my non-metallic paints. If you're passionate about it, you'll get on easier hours with like a wheel. I get you. I get you. I mean, it's the same with like Mech Warrior. I love having like a flight stand and an actual proper like aircraft, like a flight stick and a proper full throttle kind of thing. It just feels so much nicer and more tactile, and it's like everything has a weight to it, and you feel that transferred into the game. It's really nice. Like, I absolutely get what you mean. It's like, I'm the same way about mech games. God, I'd love like an immersive cockpit kind of situation. One day. One day. That would be so cool if I could ever get something like that. Okay, so we're going to start with a mid-tone for the marbling effect. which is going to be just a simple chainmail silver, which is like a medium silver. And it should be relatively simple. We're just basically doing some lines. There's not much to it. We're just doing some lines, inconsistent lines. Don't need to be straight. They just need to be there. I've never actually done anything like this before, but it's honestly surprisingly easy to make, and it kind of doesn't all. Already, I don't think it doesn't. It looks wrong. Like, I don't think it looks bad. And switch between truck and car rally by wheel. That sounds cool. I don't think it looks terrible. I want to try and get them the bits a little bit thinner. It's not always going to be easy to access bits. So the idea later is that we're just gonna... That's annoying. Later, we're just gonna wash everything in something like, say, Warp Lightning. Maybe Hexwraith Flame, which is a bit brighter but more subtle. It's not nearly as strong a contrast paint, so I'm hoping it'll just be more like a very light tint. One thing I am actually kind of happy with is the fact that it's not quite fully dry, so bits of the silver on the marbling is blending into the rock, which is very natural in terms of how marbling looks, and I like that. I like that we're accidentally doing something that looks kind of like it makes a lot more sense. Marbling isn't very consistent in real life, and so we shouldn't try to worry about making it uniform or consistent. What's next? Okay, I think that's that. We should try and do the wings, but I do think we need to just drain off a little bit of the excess paint on there. Just so we don't have any coffee stain kind of issues. We've already had a little bit of issues like that already. Well, I don't mind the paint being still a little bit wet when I do this. I just don't want any coffee stains. So we're just going to quickly wick away any excess. Any excessive pooling. Okay. Get a little bit of the excess paint off there. I'm very happy with how that's looking. Enjoy the models that look too much. You think two streamers you mainly vibe with is you and Kukia. I've not heard of Kukia. What are they like? I'll happily check out some new stuff. Debating if you want to do 5e or the newer stuff. I've not heard anything about the newer stuff, so I have no idea what it's like. 5e, I think for me, is just a comfort space for a lot of people. I don't know what's been changed in the new version. I just thought they wanted to like turn it into like a subscription model kind of thing in their business. So they're perpetually like updating digital rules and whatnot. But I have no idea how that's actually going to work. Because pen and paper RPGs, they're not like a digital kind of thing that can just change on a whim just because someone's updated a patch. Yeah, no, I'm thinking Hexwraith Flame. Yeah, I think that's the color for this. I think it'll just look really nice. I will be sure to check Kukia out when I can, and it's always nice to find new people. They're a chaotic funny gamer. Added new subclasses in the newer stuff. You want to homebrew a 5e set? Nothing with magic, just natural abilities until some part in the game. That sounds kind of cool. But couldn't that just be done by like having everyone play a fighter or a rogue? And then just getting like the spell sword and those like extra archetypes, or just multi-classing. But maybe I'm oversimplifying it. Because it sounds like you've got something very specific in mind. I will try to follow them. I will try to follow them. Maybe if they're on later, I'll raid into them. I always like finding new people that the community recommends. Ah, I was kind of sort of not quite on screen. Don't mean to be that, like that sometimes, chat, but it just happens. Wow. Okay. Okay. That's part one of the marbling done. Now what we're also going to do is there's 8 in total of the 4 main elements. Mod class you want to unlock after they take down the first dragon because of a semi-magic weapon from that creature. Oh, that's cool. There's 8 in total. 4 for the main elements, then at least 4 are Omega level threats, meaning they gotta take planning seriously. Huh. See, I usually, like, when I play D&D, it's always very just chaotic. Like, we seldom come up with a plan. Though sometimes, actually, we come up with great plans. Whether or not they survive first contact with the enemy, however, is a very different story. Plans, always the first casualty of warfare. Okay. Now that's fully done. Now we have to do the darker marbling. I'm not sure how much this is actually going to stand out, but it doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be too stand out. This is more intended to be closer to the base color. I'm hoping this will look good there. We should get a nice variation in terms of like overall kind of aesthetic once it all gets kind of like brought together with that wash. I kind of like doing these fun centerpiece models. I always feel like I have to push myself to do something just a little bit different and out of my comfort zone when I paint them. It always feels like a good experience, you know? It always feels like a good experience to just try something that demands a little bit more than I usually do. We've got quite a decent mix. I don't know how well it's coming through. A little bit of me worries that it's just looking like a lot of like silver on top. But it won't do later. Trust me. It's all part of the process. All part of the process. If I can get it looking nice at the end, that's ultimately the most important part, right? Everything in life is a work in progress, really. Even me. I am a work in progress. Okay. One other wing. I hope that this is going to look good in the end. I'm not unhappy with how it's looking right now. I really hope when I do that final wash right at the end, it's going to look fantastic. But first, before we do that, there's just going to be quite a bit left to do. Okay, follow along. Nearby, all of the things we've done already. following along all the bits we did before. Let's create some extra density. Okay, it's still very much in progress. I don't really know how it looks, honestly, but we've still got quite a long ways to go. So, what's up next? We have to do the the even lighter marbling. So, that'll be actually done in the same color that we're going to use to highlight everything later. So it should work out quite nicely. For like blending in when we go over it with the wash later. Adding in a little bit more marbling. We want to be near the other bits we've been, but we're not trying to go over it. Also kind of want to make sure that we are not going too close. And this paint is really shiny. Trying to use just the very tip of the brush if we can. Now, the nice thing about painting marbling is it doesn't have to be too focused. As long as it vaguely follows the same direction. I forgot to do the base bit. So that's fine. We'll just go over that at the end. If this looks good in the end, I'm going to do the exact same thing with the Necron monolith whenever I get my hands on one. It might not be for a while. They're very expensive and I already have a lot of miniatures I need to paint. Okay, what's next? We need to do the face and the wings. This much brighter silver. I feel like I've got the hang of it now, and so it's becoming a lot quicker.
Look out!
Oh,
Here they
shit.
come!
Oh god.
Some Axholeft just raided with 6 viewers.
Axel, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, Raiders. I am Tiger. I'm a variety streamer. I do a lot of Warhammer content. We're painting our Shard of the Void Dragon, a C'tan Star God of the Necrons in Warhammer 40k. We do a lot of variety games. We're affiliated with MechWarrior 5 Clans and Warhammer 40k Warpforge, which is a lovely little card game. That's very good to play if you don't need to throw in any money. We love doing games with chat, so drop by on a Sunday if you feel like playing maybe some Helldivers right now. Maybe some Space Marine 2. Maybe a little Dark Tide. Who knows? It really depends on what I'm feeling on the day, because that's also when I usually do my stream schedule for the week. But how are you doing? How was your stream? What were you up to? How have you been? I'm good. Thank you so much, Mel, for giving the shout out. Ah, Antu, fuck, did I miss chat? Sorry, I was kind of locking in and painting. This one's a more serious tone campaign. Taking a break is more of a life and death situation since food and other resources are scarce. Oh god. Also, Monster Hunter event for the guitar is fun. You get to bully Rathalos. You think you butchered that name? No, I mean you missed. You got wrong one letter wrong, but yeah. You love the green and silver, makes it ominous. Well, the silver is gonna be tinted to be green. But yeah, hey Ligma, how you doing? We might play some video games later, if I have time after I finish this model. But this is going a little bit faster than I thought it would, honestly, so we might genuinely have time for video games later. But yeah. I've never done a marbling effect like this before. I'm pretty happy with how it's turning out, in all honesty. Super, the silver might be taking over the green. I'm also not entirely sure. Every now and then I just feel very unhappy with the lighting situation here. Wow. I don't know why, because I have decent lighting, so maybe it's like a camera like exposure thing. It could be an exposure thing. That's way too much exposure. It's like trying to get the right level is hard. It feels like it's coming along well. I feel like my saturation is a little low on stream, honestly. It's hard to like try and get it to represent what's actually here. That feels a bit more close to what I'm looking at. But yeah. It's coming along nicely, I think. Where's my brush? There's my brush. But yeah, what were you up to? Let me scroll up. I'm sure it's said in the shout out. You punched a dragon to death. Fuck yeah. First of many. Oh, you're playing Elden Ring! Hell yeah. Fucking love Elden Ring. How many times have you played it? Or is this your first playthrough? Are you doing a challenge run? Are you doing fists only? Oh my god. That sounds terrifying if so. I remember my first time killing a dragon in Elden Ring. It was hard. It was hard. I didn't really know what to do. I ended up just poking it with a spear while riding Torrent all around. But that was really fun. I felt like a knight fighting a dragon, like in Myths and Legends, which was nice. Very different to Dark Souls, I have to say. Okay, I'm gonna go back with the dark silver and try and add some extra layering. First playthrough, hell yeah! How are you finding it? Are you having fun? I always felt
Do
like
you hear
my
the
first
voices
playthrough-
too?
Baxel_fix just followed.
Thank you for the follow. I hope you have a lovely time in our community here. I always felt like my first playthrough of Elden Ring was just frustrating, but like so rewarding. It's a lot easier than Dark Souls, though. I played Elden Ring before I played Dark Souls, if I remember right. And it was just so much more focused in Dark Souls in terms of like the world. It was just like, here is your path. It stretches out before you. And you have a choice to beat your way through it or die. I didn't react to that jump scare that time because it didn't scare me. I was too locked in, chat. I was too locked in. But now I'm not locked in because I've just put the model down. Hey, Baxel. Welcome to chat. Hey, Demi. You have a scare of jump. Not this time. Not this time. Okay. I'm going to do some overall highlighting now. Overall highlighting. Then we're going to wash down the greens with something. Probably Hexwraith Flame. Have some nice emerald contrast. It's a very futuristic alien metal look. Yeah, I'm just trying to make marble. I'm trying to make a marble effect on all of the stuff. I'm trying to do like green tints on the thing. We're gonna do some sponge highlighting now. Just a little sponge. It'll be sort of like an all-over miniature highlight. Oh god, the time is flying by. When did it get to 10 o'clock? Okay. Once this is done, then the real hard stuff is gonna begin. Because once this is done, we're gonna be doing all of the lighting effects and all the glowy stuff. All the, like, actually just, this is annoying stuff to do. I think I need to get more paint off the thing. Okay. Literal buns of steel, chat. Literal buns of steel. Gonna go a little bit of a highlight on everything. Hopefully not too harsh. Very gentle. We don't want to undo the work we've already done and end up with solid silver. This bit needs highlighting though. Oh, fuck. Well, that's annoying. It's hard to just get things just enough. The sponge method is very all or nothing. Sometimes a light tap is just too much. But that's fine. That's fine. Hex Wraith Flame for the lightning, Warp Lightning for the metal, because the metal is still too dark compared to, it's still darker. The metal bits are still darker, and the metal and stone bits are still darker. There's one last thing I forgot. A little sponge just to kind of get some edge highlighting on the rocks down here. Okay. Let's go. Here is hoping that this is going to look exactly like how... Do I need to thin this down? Let's thin it down, and if it's too thin, then we could just go in straight from the bottle, right? Yeah. This is a little bit brighter than the Dark Angels green we started out with. A little bit brighter, but not too bright. I mean, but not too dark either. It's more of an emerald kind of green color. That's mostly transparent. This is hopefully going to be what we're looking for. And then that's just tinted it just right. We will go over this probably again with the black wash, but this is pretty much what I was going for. A little bit darker perhaps would be nice. In fact, yeah, a little bit darker. Let's add just a smidge of Dark Angels green into this. You'd be too scared to paint this, you'd end up covering the lightning and snow effects and blood for the blood god. And the C'tan Shard of the blood dragon. Far Cry blood dragon. C'tan edition, Necron edition. I feel it. Make it happen. Do it. Do it. Deep down, you know it needs to be done. Yeah, about 50-50 mix of Warp Lightning and Caliban and Dark Angels Green gets me the sort of like deep emerald tone I want. As long as I thin it down. It just kind of blends everything nicely together. And doesn't overpower the original tone. I do think the highlights might have been a bit too heavy. The marbling still is there, it's just a lot more subtle. You like seeing bits, flecks of silver still come through there, that's really nice to see. I mean, you could probably kit bash the Void Dragon into a Demon Prince quite easily. I think it's on the same size base, though it is a much taller model. But never let your fears stop you from fucking around and finding out. That's the way I see it. I try and look at painting's big centerpiece models as an excuse to play with color. Because, like, what's the worst that can happen? You hate it, and then you strip it down and just start again a couple of days later, right? Painting is not something to be afraid of. You have an idea, you just work on it. I know sometimes it can be easier said than done, but if you've got an idea, then it's probably not a bad one. Because at the end of the day, there's no such thing as a bad idea when it comes to art or paint or hobbying, you know? At the end of the day, we do this for fun. So just have fun with it. I wouldn't have painted my my Fulgrim nearly as well as I ended up doing if I was worried about getting it right. Hell, I finger painted a good chunk of it to get those blends just the way I wanted to, because it was the only way I knew how to get the control I needed for those blends. Finger painting is great, by the way. You should finger paint Warhammer. Everyone should finger paint Warhammer once in a while. It's a good time. It's a good time. It's like, it's good for the soul. It just like releases your inner child, and it's a good thing. Yeah, that's a really nice kind of emerald green, I think. You still see bits of the silver in the marbling. You recently learned something horrifying about the process of becoming a demon prince. What did you learn? What did you learn? Does your soul get eaten by the gods that give you your power in exchange for that power? Because I can imagine that being a thing. Because I know that the demon prince, the Primarchs, lose a piece of their soul and it dies and goes off into the warp. And they just get warp shenanigans stuck inside them. But they already were warp shenanigans, so like, how does that work? I'm pretty happy with how the Void Dragon's kind of metallic skin is turning out. Demon Prince of Vashtor the Archithane? I mean, no, it's the Void Dragon, but when your soul is replaced by a massive warp energy, people think this is just, it makes you a warp entity, but it actually kills you. The you that survives is actually a demon that has your memories and thinks it's you. All those people, yeah, all those people that do it for him are actually committing suicide in the most horrific way possible. Yeah, no, I can imagine. What about demon Primarchs, though? So I know a bit of them does, in fact, die, but not all of them. I suppose since they're warp entities, it's more like they cast off a shard of themselves dies. But yeah, that feels very typical MO for Chaos Shenanigans. But the real question is, do they even realize that they've died? Do they even understand that that's what's happened? Probably not. Or at least the body isn't conscious that that's what's happened. Wow, fuck you! Enjoy how the green pops out in the light. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with how it's turning out, honestly. I wasn't too sure how it would look. I wasn't too sure, but I'm pretty happy with the results that we're creating. Wow. Well, how you doing, Phantom? It's lovely to see you. And how are you, Demi? It's also lovely to see you. I am actually kind of happy with how this is turning out. I don't know if it's as good as my Fulgrim, but like the marbling effect is something I'm very happy with. And it's something new and interesting. It's very visually distinct from all my other models. And I think if I ever get my hands on a monolith, I'll end up doing something kind of similar. I love how high the contrast is on this and how reflective it is. There's a bit of me that wonders if maybe I need to adjust the camera settings, actually. But the contrast isn't up or down. Yeah, no, the contrast is as low as it can get. Holy shit. The gamma's also super low. Yeah. But one of the Primarchs, I think, actually gets in touch. And it's all... Yeah, all the traitor Primarchs, souls exist in the warp, are screaming. They're tortured horribly. Even Lorgar's soul regrets taking the deal. Yeah, no, I can imagine. I can imagine. But hey, it's a thing. It's too late now. They gotta make. They've made their bed, and now they just gotta, you know, get tortured in it or something, right? That's how it works. Okay. What more needs doing? You've got the head to do, and we're gonna coat all the lightning in Hexwraith Flame, I believe. Is the plan. Actually, I think I want to get the lightning with bits of white painted over it first before I do Hexwraith Flame. I've still got to do the crown kind of thing. that's this initial phase of it done. Okay. Yeah. No. In the demon, I'll just demonic simulacra while wait for the chaos gods to reclaim what was stolen at Molech. Nice. Why does it have a Beyblade in its hand? Because it's time for him to let it rip, right? Are you saying C'tan can't let it rip? My god, that's discriminatory, man. C'tan are allowed to let it rip. It's the same as anyone. They're literally gods. They invented letting it rip. Humans are just copying it. That's how it works. Let it rip, like Tiger, exactly. Well, you know what they say, better out than in, lol. Ah! I didn't mean to hit the microphone! I was just shaking my titanium white ink. Ah, is it fine? Can you all hear me fine? I didn't fuck it up. No, it looks fine. It was an accident! Accident, I'm sorry! Ah. I'm sorry, please forgive. It was very loud, I know. Gonna sponge on some white ink over here, just to make it look a bit less metallic. Oh fuck. Making this. Now, hoping that's not undoing all the work I just did. No. No. Fine. Fine. Yeah. Fine. We're not trying to get it super bright anyway. We're just getting a little bit on there. So we can go over it. Okay, now, what we're going to do now is go over everything with some hex wraith flame, and then we'll figure out what we want to do from there. Wow, I am fine. I need no help. That's what they said. I don't need help. I'm just working on it. Lol. Wow. No, I don't like X-Ray's claim actually. Not for this. It's too low. No. It's just, no. It's not the right color. It's not the right color for this. It could work as a bit of a highlight color, but it's not what I want. We're gonna start with Warp Lightning. Just pure Warp Lightning out the ball. And then we're gonna pull out some new toys to play with. Yeah. Okay. Warp Lightning will work as like an initial color, but it's not the end color. It's not the final color. Okay. Okay. Once we're done with Warp Lightning, I'm gonna use AK Interactive play markers I've picked up to do some bits and pieces. I've never used these before, so it should be quite fun. But they're basically pens, like they're acrylic pens designed for miniature painting. I should be able to figure out a way to make them really good for the lightning and non-metallic colors is what I want to mostly use it for. Just to like try and create some extra blends and whatnot. I could use a brush, but like, I feel like what I want is the extra control from having a pen. Okay, when this is done, we can go back and correct with a wash over the bits that didn't need so much OSL. With our mixture from before, because we've still got quite a lot of it left. I won't have time for games after this, in all honesty. But also, I'm kind of thirsty. I'm going to get my drink, which is over half open. Silly. Hey, Bonehead. Sorry. Hey, Zira. The bean looks either very smug or very sleepy. Why not both? We can be both. We can be both. Which should shock no one. Also, yes, Bonehead, paint your C'tan Shard. It's honestly a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. Good model. Good model. Bit fiddly to put together because of how it's like got all the negative space in the world and like chunks of it missing, and it's a lot of interlocking parts, and it's very easy to miss bits that need to be glued together. But like, once you've kind of got it assembled, it's a lot easier to mostly assembled. It's a lot easier to see what goes where and what needs to be secured and what doesn't. It's very cool, honestly. I think it's been one of my favorite miniatures to build. I don't think it's as cool as Fulgrim, nor as fun as Fulgrim to build. But Fulgrim's also like 3 times the size, so... But this is way easier than Fulgrim, like, to paint. Fulgrim was terrifying. This guy is just fun. He's just fun, you know? A lot you can play around with. I do wish he was a bit more friendly to sub-assembly painting, but just the way he's built and the way he stands together means that sub-assembly painting on this miniature is probably not the best idea. And fortunately, there aren't many hard-to-reach places. So it kind of just works. kinda just works, you know? Okay. Okay, what's next? What's next? We have to do all. There's so much lightning. Holy shit. There's so much. We run out of orcs one day and have to paint me. Lol. Can't yet. You gotta paint these 40 orc boys. Let's do it. The lightest shade is such a pretty green. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how he's turning out, honestly. Like, he's just a very cool model. He's just a very cool model. I'm gonna be helping Pink paint all of her orcs for October. Which means, in September, I really want to get Fungi's Combat Patrols painted and posted. So, expect Iron Warriors next week. Don't know how many I'm gonna do, but I don't think Iron Warriors are particularly hard. There's only a little bit more to do on them than Necrons, in all honesty. They're just mostly silver and a little bit of brass or copper. Some hazard stripes on one shoulder or something. One black trim and a skull face emblem, which I should be able to paint with freehand. Or I guess I could use water slide decals. I don't really want to though. I'd rather freehand, I think. And then hopefully I can get all those painted to Fungi by the end of the month. Because he won 2 of our giveaways for donathons. So he has 2 combat patrols I need to finish up. It's taken me a lot longer to do than I'd actually wanted. I just get distracted by stuff. But they are getting done. They are getting done. And I need people to poke me about some other combat patrols. I owe them. I can't remember who it is, but I think I owe Falling a Leagues of Votan combat patrol. And I owe someone else who I have in DMs the Imperial Guard 10th edition combat patrol. I don't have either of them yet because Combat Patrol magazine is fucking slow. It is fucking slow. I mean, it's not slow, it's just like there's a lot of issues, so it takes some time. Longer than I think anyone would like. But I'm glad the pacing is the way it is, because otherwise I just wouldn't have time to get everything done. God, there's so much. It takes so long, chat. Wow. Okay. I need to remember I need to have a little bit of this green splashing around the areas where it has contact points. Because it just makes sense to. It is a light source. It doesn't have to be a lot, it just has to be some. That's not the right green. So speaking of this, while I have it here, I might as well just do the bits I need doing. Okay. Okay. Just a question, how do you personally do batch painting? Well, it depends on which type I do. So this is a batch I've started working on, which is basically all of my Necrons. I usually get them all built and primed. I do big jobs like, say, batch highlights after the prime job, which is what's happened to all of these. Then I'll pick 1 or 2 squads, oil wash them, do highlights, then add like weapon and lighting details. If I were doing something like certain Space Marine chapters, I'd use two colored spray cans and do sort of like colored zenithal in their main color. I would keep certain things like the shoulder pads and heads off, just because I don't like painting, say, Space Marines with those on. But that's just me, you know? That's just me. But it really depends. It really depends. Because, like, how you paint a specific batch is easy. I like building, so I can sit and, like, build. I really like building. I really like sitting and building models, because I just get autistic and hyper-focus on it when it happens. So I like to get all the building done quick as I can. Just so I can, like, spend my time, more of my time on the things that actually need it, like doing eye lenses and all that stuff. But yeah, I try and keep it simple. no more than 1 or 2 colors on a big batch if I can avoid it. Unless, like, they're just minor little details that only take, like, say, a brush stroke. I like to use transparent inks to tint things where I can. But, I mean, that just applies to most of my painting. I like the whole pre-shade style. I like using oil washers, because oil washers do a lot of heavy lifting for a very good, like, time. Good for time. Result and time. Because they do a lot of heavy lifting without much effort. What green is it? This is Contrast Warp Lightning. I used, on the wings, I used a mix of Contrast Warp Lightning with Caliban with Dark Angel's green contrasts. But that was pre-shaded over a coat of Dark Angel's green over Lead Belcher primer, and then I added this whole marble effect with different layers of silvers. So it's quite subtle now, but like you can see like all the different like layers and lines in all of the bits. I'm very happy with how he's turning out, honestly, but there's a lot more I can do. But I kind of want him to be done by the end of the night, so we'll see how that goes. Well, I gotta go make dinner. You never personally used inks for minis. Does it work? Well, you have to generally mix the ink with, say, a medium. It doesn't adhere well on its own, but if you say mix it with, say, contrast medium, I think inks are some of the nicest ways you can wash miniatures to get and to do recess shadings without using oil. They're very strong pigments. It's like working with the pure pigment. Like you'll almost never find a darker black than carbon black, and you'll never find a stronger white than titanium white, because you are just working with raw pigments, and you just need to add a medium mix them with a medium so that they adhere. But you need to figure out the right ratios for you. If I'm using, and what works really depends on the individual pigment you're working with. For example, I use a pigment called dioxazine purple for my Emperor's Children, which is this very rich, deep purple, but it's not too dark. I usually use that on about a 50-50 ratio. So like a 1-to-1 ratio of thinner, of like medium and that, and then it works perfectly. It's still very strong. I just do that straight over a metallic paint, and then it just looks like a really lovely, rich metallic purple. Add a little bit here. Make it look a bit more deliberate. But say if I were using carbon black, it's like a 1:10 ratio, and you get a lovely, lovely black ink that washes everything. Like, that's how this metallic shade is. It's like carbon black with like over metallic primer, and then a dry brush or highlight of like silver. It has this lovely like deep richness that gets right into the recesses. I'm a very big fan of inks. They're a lot more intense than regular paints though, and especially washes. A lot of people say that inks are generally best used through an airbrush, because you can kind of like use them as like a bit of a filter. And yeah, that is true. But I think that there's more you can do. I think that there's a lot more you can do with inks than most people choose to use them for, because they're tricky. Not all inks behave the same. Every ink you need to like figure out how to use. You need to do tests. Like, I usually do test strokes on the back of my hand to figure out just when my ratio is right. And I try and write down the ratios for certain pigments for the kinds of effects I want. Sometimes you'll want thinner, sometimes you'll want thicker. It depends on the effect that you're going for. Inks are probably the most versatile kind of paint I've ever come across. And I suppose they're not really paints, they're just like pigment in liquid. But you can make paint with them by using paint mediums like contrast medium or Lahmian medium, or I like to use Vallejo glaze or matte medium if I want, depending on the kind of finish I'm after. It really, really depends. I love inks. They've genuinely opened up my world in terms of the kinds of things I can do with painting. I swear by it. And also, I've had this pot for about 2 years. This is my titanium white ink. I use this for almost everything. It's not even close to half done. I've had it for 2 years. And most of the time I use it just raw, one or two drops at a time. I love it. This is the one purple I've been using for my Emperor's Children. I've done about 40 to 50 Emperor's Children. You can't even see how much has been used because there's so much in there. Like, you barely need any. You barely need any. But then other ones that you need to thin down a lot less, you tend to use a lot more. Like this, you can actually see how much is used because it's a much weaker. It's a less focused pigment. But yeah, it really depends. You gotta figure out. I can't say one way or another. You've got to kind of figure out what it is you want to use each one for. Anyway, that's my ramble about like pigments and inks. They're really cool, genuinely. Okay. What I'm doing here is I'm trying to like, so of all the sort of pixelated bits, I'm trying to get like green to like show that there's energy movement or something kind of like happening there. And my goal is to like highlight a little bit in that. I'm gonna do something similar with my with the translocation overlord, the teleport guy. I'm gonna try and like make it so that he's got a bit of a glow on the bits of him that are phased out. I think it'll look cool, you know? It'll feel like a very kind of like special effect kind of thing. And that's basically what I'm trying to do right now. It's not a big deal. I don't need to do it. But I think it's nice to try and like visualize effects where you can. But that's down to each of us how we want to do stuff like that. I mean, there are minis, right? No one can tell us what to do but us. And just because I say you can do something some way, it's not gospel. Don't take it as such. Just fuck around and find out. That's my favorite way of painting these days. I just mess around, have fun. Half the time I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm like, hey, I've got this idea for a thing I want to do. Like the marbling effect on the back of the wings. I've never done anything like that before. I think it's worked out. Maybe someone who's done loads of that kind of like marbling effect on miniatures will say it doesn't look that good. But I'm happy with it. Like, I love trying to figure stuff out on my own and not necessarily using guides for it. And it's hard, and it challenges me. It's fun. It's fun. At the end of the day, I kind of try and look at it as playing with color. But at the end of the day, it's a hobby. It's there for fun. If you're not playing around, what are you doing? Okay, well, while that dries, there's still more I need to do, actually. When this is done, I'm gonna get on to dry brushing just a little bit around the ground. I think I've got it mostly covered there. Nope, there's so much. There's just so much to do. I'm very happy with how he's coming along there. Very, very happy. It's nice. Like, more and more lately, the more I've been just messing around doing weird shit, I think the happier I've been with the results of my miniatures. It's a good feeling. Good feeling. Does this bit need to be a thing? Yeah. Okay, where's my dry brush? There's a dry brush. That'll do. I need a grey. What's a good grey? I have many greys here. Let's go for a warm grey. A warm grey is going to really contrast the green. Yeah. It says it's cold grey, but it's not. It's not cold. Wolf grey is blue. We're not using that. You could go stonewall grey. Stonewall grey is very bright. That might be what we want here. I worry that Stonewall Grey is also very cold. No, it's more like a very like it's a very bright grey. It's almost white. But so is this. I'm gonna go with cold grey. Just a nice little quick little dry brush on all the texture paste we laid down earlier. Ah, I've been bonked. Metal. Thank you so much for your support. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful sleep. And thank you for being here. It's always lovely to see you. I appreciate you. I hope you have a wonderful rest. that's a bit brighter than I wanted it to be. Oh well. That's fine. It just means we're gonna throw over some ink on it. Some ink to darken it. Nice and simple. Just a little carbon black. We do want this to be quite dark, so I'm gonna it's still gonna mostly be medium. Because carbon black is like insanely strong. Okay, that should, as long as we spread it out a fair bit. But look at how powerful this is. Like, it was almost white a second ago, and now it's actually looking like a decently dark gray. Though it is very strong, it's like trying to get the right mix is hard. It might be getting too dark in places. But that's fine. We'll just use a lighter grey, a darker grey to raise the level a little bit. But I kind of think it's okay, because we've got that texture now. And we've got different levels. This kind of still works. Okay. Let's try that again. This time we're going to use a Mechanical Standard Grey. It is a very dark grey by comparison to what we were just using. And yes, it is still wet, but that's okay. We don't want it to be even, because we don't want it to be too even, because that's not how natural shapes work. Yeah. I'd say he's coming along quite nicely. There's a little more we can do. But I'd say we're nearing the end of this session. I'm going to take out my play markers. I've never actually gotten to use these before. So we've got a couple of different things I want to try. I don't think I want animal green. I think we're mostly just going to use light green. Is there a sort of yellowy green? There is turquoise. No. Do I want a deep? No, I don't want a deep anywhere. And this is zombie skin. No. Maybe some white though. Okay. So the idea behind what I'm doing now is that we are just going to add some highlights in places using these paint markers. I've never used these before, so I'm hoping, from what I understand, you just shake them a little bit, and then you just, do you need to do stuff? Yes, there's a cap to stop you accidentally squooshing. And then the paint just comes out. Ooh, that's a very, very vivid bright green. Okay. This should be fun. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and get this just sort of in these kinds of areas and just blend it out. Gonna blend it out. Yeah, this is quite good actually. Like in terms of like how easy it is. A little bit. It's all self-contained as well. There's no like rinsing. There's no like messing around. You just like get on, and you can blend it in, and then you can build up the color. I like this. I do think probably if I just use a wet brush, I'll get a bit more, not that one, that's got too much carbon black in it. Just use a wet brush, it might be better for blending. It just kind of works. Yeah. Just a wet brush to blend it in, and it just kind of does its thing. That's really nice. Yeah. It just lets you be very quick and precise in application. I just realized I'm off screen painting. Ah. I sometimes forget that I do that. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of this. This is really good. And we'll just blend these out. Okay. Okay. These kind of just done. Okay. Okay. Okay, sorry, we're just trying to add some highlights to the spear. I want it to look very sharp. And we're just blending them in a little bit. Sometimes I think painting is one of the best ways to blend. Other times it just doesn't work. These paint pens feel like they're very much more traditional, like blending with the brush. or not. This is not easy. Not easy at all. I don't dislike that, actually. Yeah. Hey, Volps! How you doing? Wow. Shit. Okay. I think we're nearly done. Just getting a few more highlights in and blending them. I'm pretty happy with how he's turned out, honestly. Add a few more bits here on the other side. And then we'll basically be done. Okay. Not these pen tips aren't the smoothest. They're actually just tiny little brush heads, but like, yeah, they're not the best, I don't think, but they are nice. Like, this is a good way to paint things quickly. I don't worry about mixing or thinning, it's all there in the pan. It's very different. I kind of like it, honestly. Just makes things nice and easy, for, especially for getting like these quick little bits in. If I ever need to do painting on the go, I'm definitely going to bring this set with me. I don't know of a time I will, like, unless I decide to do, like, serious tournament play. Which, I don't know. For me, tournaments seem like the most efficient way of actually getting 2,000 point games. Not necessarily to play, like, super serial, but, like, just to actually get those full-size games. Which is weird considering that's what the game is balanced around. I feel like it shouldn't be just tournament play. Oh well. That's just life. Okay. And then... Okay. Get these little bits. These little crackles.
Do you hear the voices too?
Zombitron 1234 just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Zonkatron. Sorry, I'm just like super focusing right now. I can't even see chat. I mean, I can. I just need to look. But thank you so much for the follow. I hope you have a lovely, lovely time in our little community. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with how this has turned. Nice to meet you too. You're gonna go around trying to find streamers because you're Warhammer soon. Oh, nice to know. I want to know how to paint the figures. Well, painting the figures is easy. Depending on how you want to paint them. It really depends. There's lots of tools that can help. I try my best to keep things simple so that people, basically to help people get into the hobby. Because like it's let me meet a whole bunch of really cool people. This is my first time painting C'tan. I'm pretty happy with how this has turned out, honestly. I try and keep it simple. Things like pre-shading, things like just sub-assembly, depending on the miniature. What would you like to know? I'm happy to just have a sit in a chat. We're nearly done here today. I can't do everything. I can do enough to get people into the game, which I think is all I need to be able to do. I'm going to go Tau. Ooh, very nice. Tau are a very interesting faction, I think, to start out with. Ooh, that paint just dropped out of the thing. I only really needed like a drop, a single drop. So I just wanted to add a little reflection dot. And maybe a couple of peaks on the height here and there. Yeah, Tau are pretty nice. You can get away with doing a lot of like cool but simple, easy to get into color schemes with them. The important thing is you want to keep your methods simple to start with. When you've got a few models done, then maybe you can start experimenting with more advanced techniques. But I always recommend doing some pre-shading, which is basically starting with either a light color or a dark color and adding shadows or highlights to set the levels. Like you can see the darks, the lights on the miniature, and then adding transparent colors like either inks or contrast paints to get the actual colors that you want, the right color tones. Then you can do kinds of fancy stuff like pushing highlights some further. Maybe oil washing is what you need to do. Oil washing is great for starting out with, because I think it does a lot of heavy lifting on miniatures. Femboy Tau Army would be funny. I don't think you can really see that they're femboys unless, you know, you do a lot of modeling work. But yeah, do the thing if you want to do it. But also, I don't think canonically Tau have physically different characteristics other than the thing on their forehead between males and females from what I've seen of the official artwork. Though Fanon is Fanon, and you can go whatever way you want with it, really. I'm actually really happy with how this guy looks.
Look out! Here they come!
God!
Belvieb just raided with 4 viewers.
Belvy! Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? How's your stream? Welcome, raiders. I am Tiger. I'm a variety streamer. I do a lot of Warhammer-related content. today is our Hobby Tuesday. Every Tuesday we do a bunch of hobby-related stuff. We're kind of almost at the end of our stream. We've been working on the Void Dragon today. But we're just kind of just chatting. We're just kind of chatting right now, really. Because, I mean, I could probably do bits more, but I'm mostly done. I'm pretty happy with how he's turned out. You have 0 experience with painting. Okay. Well, if you join the Discord, you can poke me off stream for painting advice, or you can join the join the Discord and just ask. We've got an art channel. There's loads of really talented painters. Let me get you a shout out, Belvy. Let me get you a shout out. You were playing MechWarrior yesterday and it made me download a BattleTech game. Hell yeah. Fucking love MechWarrior. I'm super hyped. It's the newest MechWarrior. MechWarrior 5 MechWarrior 5 Clans, which it runs in the same engine as MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries, but it's a standalone game. I've actually partnered with the company who makes it. So if you do / Mech Affiliate, you can get my link to buy the game. / Discord. Let me get that command in. But yeah, if you ever want advice, just let me know off stream. You can poke me. My DMs are open. But yeah, let me get you that shout out, Belvy. Sadly, I have work. I want to get the base on this miniature rimmed before I finish up for the night, though. That way I can take some pictures and post it tomorrow. Because I'm really happy with how he looks. Like, genuinely, I didn't think he'd end up looking this good. Actually, tell a lie, I do need to do some more work on him. I do need to do a little bit more. Not much. Just a little bit. It's that tail weapon has just caught my eye. It's your first time playing Peak. You offered your friends so bad they came and carried you to the top. I'm awful at Peak, like for real. I've only played it a couple of times, and every time I just get carried because I'm fucking terrible. Oh, I just realized there's another use for these paint pens. Another use for these paint pens. Holy shit, this is like the best use for them ever. Yeah, I'm playing with new paint pens because they're a toy I picked up for painting, and never used them before, but I just wanted to try them out. I just thought they'd be really good for doing like highlights and stuff. You really want to take the time to pick out edges because it's all about using light and shadow to define the shapes of the miniature. Because as they are quite small, you need to do that because light doesn't interact with them the way it typically would on something, say, real, like us size. And sometimes you may just want it. Ow. Sometimes you may just want to finger paint. That's the truth, chat. Sometimes you may just want to finger paint. I love finger painting. It's such an easy way to get blends. It doesn't work every time, though. But it can be a really good way. Okay, maybe I'm gonna want to just go over that with some more of my mix of shit. Yeah, some of what we're doing is mostly just trying to define shape. You won't get full Discord access unless you agree to the rules, by the way. Just head over to the rules and roles tab, and you'll be able to. It should be fairly easy to sort out. Okay. The worst thing I find is little hairs on the miniature. They're just really annoying. Annoy the hell out of me. Everything can be corrected. Everything can be done. Changed. Everything can be blended. And it just works. It just works, chat. See, that looks so much nicer now. Your towel will be done in pastel, pink, and blue and white. Oh! Oh, I see what you're going for. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Yeah. The real question is, what do you want your... which armor segments do you want to be which color? Which, I can think that what you're going to want to do is you want to prime white. Use a thinned contrast paint or speed paint or an ink to wash the miniature completely, create your shadows, then dry brush or spray the miniature white again, just to bring it back up and get some highlights. Then you'll want to add color. That's the simplest way. Then after that, you can like add washes and stuff and highlights, just to make it pop a bit more. You suck at the fiddly little things, so you've always been scared to get into miniatures. But you love Warhammer stuff. You know, it's not that hard once you get used to it. I think it's taking the first step is always the hardest thing for most hobbyists. But, you know, there's lots of ways to enjoy it. You don't have to be into the miniatures to enjoy Warhammer. That's a myth. There's wonderful books. There's loads of video games. You don't have to be just into the tabletop to enjoy Warhammer for what it is, you know? There's cool animations, fan animations. There's so much out there to let you enjoy Warhammer. Don't be intimidated. Just pick something that you think looks cool, find out about it, and get going, you know? I'm always happy to chat Warhammer when I have the time. I love it. It's something I enjoyed with my dad as a kid. And it's something that is like family time for a lot of people. And it can be like that to a lot of people. It's great fun, and the community is generally incredibly welcoming. Just find a way to enjoy it, you know? It can be expensive, but that really depends on which army you choose to take. I always recommend Custodes as a starter army, just because they're one of the cheapest to get into, and they're very beginner friendly. They're just very beginner friendly. And I think that's important. if you want to get into the tabletop side of things, you want to start with a faction that's fun and easy to play. It doesn't have to be the coolest one. It just has to be one that's easy to play. Because there's nothing so demoralizing as getting into a hobby, painting something, and then it not looking or feeling good to use, you know? And I think that's something that a lot of people who get started get put off because, you know, they don't have a great first experience because some people aren't super friendly and don't understand that, you know, people need a couple of wins to feel good about a hobby. And yeah, it's hard. It's not easy. Like, there's a lot of things to learn, both not just about your faction, but what other factions can do. Because you need to know what other factions can do so you can strategize and play around certain combos and abilities. It's a very complicated game. I generally prefer Kill Team and Horus Heresy. Horus Heresy because it feels like the Warhammer I played as a kid. Kill Team because it's a lot smaller. Like, you need one box, and that's all you need, and you can probably have a good chance of winning against most other kill teams. And it feels a lot more personal. Every single character matters. They're not just expendable people. Everyone has a function, and it's just really good. It feels really good. That's what Kill Team is. It's a feels good game. It's really fun, very close-knit skirmish style, which is like all about like specialist guys going after stuff. You already have a few favorites. Mordian Iron Guard and Deathcore, very nice. Imperial Guard are great. Not the cheapest army to get into unless you go for tank and artillery spam. Deathcore's just had a huge release thing. These aren't speed paint markers. These aren't speed paint markers. These are AK Interactive play markers. They're just like AK Interactive regular paints in a pen. I've been using them for highlights and for doing the things. Drone spam is really funny. It's really frustrating. It's a different way to play. There's lots of different play styles in Warhammer. So there's something for everyone, really. Like, if you can think of it, there's probably a way to make it work. It might not necessarily be the best thing ever, or the best way to play, but just don't play hyper-competitive. Play local. Play friendly, like, fluff games, and you'll have a great time. The issue with Warhammer is, like, the current edition of Warhammer is very, like, esports, to be honest. You might try these guys. Necrons. Or Deathcore. Deathcore have a very cool range, honestly. I really like Deathcore. I think everyone likes Deathcore. I do prefer the OG Gas Mask Imperial Guard. The Armageddon Steel Legion. They are my favorites. But you can just use Deathcore as them. But like, yeah. Necrons, I think, are another really beginner-friendly. Because, like, their whole thing is reanimation protocols, right? So when you die, you just get back up. Every turn. Trazen is funny. What, these guys? These are Necrons. These are Necrons. They're really fun. They're really fun. They're like my new current favorite to play and paint. They're also very easy to paint if you go for simple color schemes. If you go for the simple color scheme. Hey, Atticus. Wow. I think we're already on middle, Floof. Oh god, it's midnight. You want to try? They're really fun. Like, honestly, these have been some of the most fun miniatures. This is probably the most fun faction I've painted. For me, I keep it super simple. Silver, green, the classic OG Necron color scheme from when they first started coming out. when they were first released in a White Dwarf magazine with one model for the whole army. They had one color scheme, and it was silver with a bit of green and a bit of gold, maybe. And they're just so striking and easy to make look good. They're really fun. They're very relaxing. They're very relaxing, and they're very relaxing to paint. What is dry brushing? Okay, so dry brushing is the process of... It's a highlighting process. Usually. It can create texture. It's mostly for adding a layer of a lighter color over the paint you've already got. It's not what you typically do first. Say, for example, what you do is you get your brush, you get paint on it, then you run it over, like, say, a bit of wood or tissue paper, and you just rub most of the paint off, and then you just run it very quickly over the miniature that you've got, and it just captures the edges and the raised areas and adds a general quick highlight. It's a very good way of setting up layers on miniatures. You can also use makeup sponges for it if you want to do something a bit more volumetric. And yeah. Do models got to be canon color, or can the custodians... Color doesn't matter. You paint them, your models, you paint them how you want. It doesn't affect the rules or gameplay at all. You can make your own sub-factions up with their own colors. You can make your own custom Space Marine chapters, and you can do whatever you want with them, and they're considered canon. As long, like Games Workshop has said, anything you make in the universe counts as canon as long as it doesn't affect any of the things they've got in like things. Go ahead and make a crayon eater. Yeah, with like everything a different color. That's legit a thing. You ever see Space Marine 2? There's so many crayon eaters on there. You wonder if they have a crime purple look. They could do. So speed paints are a very specific kind of paint. They're also to be considered... Contrast paints like these are also speed paints, effectively. So speed paints typically are best used over a bright primer like white or a medium gray. And basically, they're formulated to be transparent, semi-transparent, and the way they flow is they pool into the recessed areas, all the deep crevices, like, say, the musculature on this leg. Speed paints will sink into that and leave less color on the raised areas. They're typically designed so that you can have a very easy entry into painting. Most people use speed paints. So speed paint is very wet. Kind of. No, it's basically designed so you paint one color and that's it. Like, you don't have to just leave it as one color. In fact, I would recommend not leaving it as just one color. But if you want to, you can get a whole army on the board very quickly using speed paints. Very quickly. It doesn't take long. It's very warm. It's very warm, chat. I have to be honest. It's very warm, and it's after midnight. I should think about going to bed, but I want to be helpful. I want to be helpful when people have questions, you know? I want to help. Plan on going hyper slow with your first army. I'd say what you want to do is just paint. Start out with one model. Start out with one model. Then think about doing, like, a squad in a week. Eventually, once you get into the rhythm and habits, speed will come eventually. You don't have to worry about, like, getting a whole army together quickly. Unless you know what you're doing, that shouldn't be a thing that crosses your mind. Just get a couple of models done at a time. I'd recommend starting with Kill Team because that gives you one small box and you can use it for a game straight away. Every faction has a Kill Team. And then that you can use that Kill Team as the start of your like actual 40k army if you want to expand it further. You're starting with 500. Oh, you're starting with a combat patrol. That's also a really good way. That's also a really, really good way to start. Just like pick a couple of miniatures. I'd say start with whatever is the most simple infantry you can. Lol. So you can spam drones. Then start with a drone. Start with a drone. Do that. Because then it's just a matter of getting the colors right and then assigning them to wherever you want. Wow. I'm sorry. Someone gift this man a sub. This person a sub, sorry. I don't know what they are, I shouldn't assume. I should not assume. Someone give this zombie a gift sub. Ah. 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 It's not my fault. Twitch does it automatically. I don't pay attention to the ad manager. Ah. Ah, it's not my fault. I didn't choose this. I didn't. Ah, wait. Where's my emotes? There.
More souls to feast upon!
_Veranidas gifted a tier 1 subscription to Zombatron 1234.
Oh, holy shit. Thank you so much, Sarah. I didn't actually expect you to do that. Ah. Ah. You should be free. Be free from ad jail. Be free. Frolic among the chatters, of which there are only a handful. Just refresh. Just refresh. No. It should refresh. It should be fine and they'll go. Ah. Thank you, Zira. You are our best bean. Welcome back, Zombatron. I'm sorry, I have it set so that like there's there's less ad breaks, but like they come once an hour. Zira is a wonderful, wonderful member of this community who's been with us pretty much since the start. Like, holy shit. Char is also our best shroom. What were you saying? You were saying that you wanted to spam drones, and I was like, yeah, just start by painting a drone. Figure out how you want to plan out how you want to do the colors, and look at them. Look at whether they go. This is true, Demi. You all are my good beans. You are all my good beans. But yeah. God, I need to go to bed, chat. I gotta be real with y'all. I need to go to bed. I don't want to. I kind of want to just hang out and chat, but like I got fucking work in the morning. Yeah, just plan out how you want to put where you want to put your colors on the miniature beforehand. Get it built. If there's any parts of the miniature that you think are going to be in the way of the bits you need to paint, leave them off until after you've painted them. It's okay. You don't have to fully build the model before you do the thing. You think a VTuber might be starting to get tired of you? What do you mean, Char? How can VTuber friends get tired of each other? I do think sometimes people need space. But you're a wonderful person. When do I stream? I usually stream from about 4 hours ago. I don't know what time zone you're in. You want to watch all my stuff? Wow. So tomorrow we're doing indie game reviews. He doesn't talk to you much no more. Oh. But like... Oh, I don't know. I don't know what... I'm in the UK, so I think I'm like 6 hours ahead of you, I think. How does UK time relate to PST chat? Why would it be bad if you talk to someone when they're playing games? If you're playing together... Yeah, it's midnight for me right now. That just seems like they might need some space. 8 hours ahead. Damn. Yeah, I usually start like 8 p.m. my time, so like noon your time. Yeah, maybe try shooting them a message when they're not gaming. No one likes conflict. I won't... Things like this are always like a personal thing. It might not even be a you thing. It might just be they've got stuff on. If you say that, like, have you told them that you're worried that they don't want space? That they don't want to be, like, hang out so much anymore? Because if that's the thing, then, you know, it would be kind of, you know, you can't force them, but, like, I think it's important that, like, when someone is like that, that they, you know, just communicate. Communication is very important. Like, if people aren't communicating... then it just leaves us in limbo. And if you're like me and you get anxiety, it's not good. It's not good. Like, I get really anxious when, say, if I want to hang out with someone a lot, and they get used to them being there, and then suddenly they're not there. I get very anxious about that. It's like, I really notice when, like, regulars aren't able to make streams. Like, I always say, like, people have lives, you know? They don't have to be here all the time. But I do sometimes worry when people aren't. Like, I just hope that they're okay. I hope that you're always gonna be okay. You know? But I know no one's okay all the time. No one is okay all the time. Unfortunately. You're just gonna annoy the fuck out of you in your Discord. The painting terminology.
Do you hear the voices too?
Trek Tetank just followed.
Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you have a lovely, lovely time in our community. We are gonna be wrapping up. I need to find someone to raid chat. It's like I have to get up at like shit o'clock in the morning for work tomorrow. I don't know how it's gonna work. If I vanish, you're just working on your tattoo portfolio. I mean, Anzu, that's understandable. Like, again, I say everyone has a life, you know? Everyone has things they need to do. Everyone has jobs, everyone has obligations, and things they want to do with their time. Do I know anyone who is painting right now? I feel like I tend to raid into Micagnius on a Tuesday, but I don't think he's online right now. Micagnius is a really lovely guy. I need to organize a collab with him for some Space Hulk Deathwing sometime. You know what? I'm going to raid into Small. Small's playing one of my favorite childhood games, Sonic Heroes. You know, Peculiar... Oh, I haven't raided into Rabbit in ages. I know them. They're on my follow list, actually. Hang on. Let me find them. Yeah, they're playing Peak with some friends. I don't know these other two, but I know Rabbit. Rabbit's a good bean. I'm always happy to help. Just, you know, poke me. If I'm not always the most responsive, but like that's usually when I'm at work or streaming. I always try and respond when I'm on break and stuff. And remember, time zones are a thing. I always make time for people. I always do my best to make time for people who make time for me. I just think that's fair, you know? We are a community here. It is important. Just because I'm the streamer doesn't mean my time is more important than yours. We are all the same. We are all here to hang out, have a nice time. And if someone isn't, then what are you doing here? Well, imagine being a menace. Actually, that's not true. Some people are menaces, but in a cute way. Anyway, I love you all. Tomorrow we're going to be doing a bunch of random indie game reviews. I don't actually know what the plan is tomorrow other than that. I've got a bunch of stuff lined up. No idea what any of the games are about. So we're just going to find out. Go in blind. Maybe do half an hour to an hour on each game and have a good time, hopefully. Have a good time, hopefully. I love you all. I hope you take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful day or night wherever you are in the world, okay? You love the rich screens. It looks so... I'm very happy with how he's turned out, honestly. I think I'm really proud. Like, this didn't take very long at all. It's a good time. Necrons, great faction to start with. Really easy to get looking good. Mwah.